east. Let me go ahead and get a track on that for you the best that we can. This is going to continue to move up to the northeast, so it's taking that very traditional tornado track. Bullard, you need to be in your safe place right now as this is heading directly toward your area. So again, your safe place, the lowest level of the building. Let me see, it's moving up to the northeast, I think at about 20 miles per hour. So toward Bullard, that's going to reach you in the next 10 minutes or so. Make sure that you are staying in your safe place. White House, if it continues to hold that far, closer to around 5:45 in the morning. So let me see, this is, how fast is this moving? I'm looking at from our updates from the National Weather Service right now. Now we are going to get through this. Just make sure that you are going to your safe place. Again, your safe place is going to be the lowest level of the building, and that's going to keep you as safe as possible. Make sure you are putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Let me go ahead and clear all of this off so we can get a zoomed out look. Alrighty, 2 tornado warnings. Once again, one is up along I-20, another one is just to the south toward Jacksonville. Alrighty. I'm going to continue to see if there are updates from the National Weather Service out there. It looks like we're not getting any updates in. But let's go ahead and see if we can track these center of circulations for you. Once again, it's these 2 tornado warnings that we are currently watching. Make sure that you are staying in your safe place and staying weather aware as these continue to move through the area. So it's going to be this little area, this area where we're seeing the center of circulation just up north of I-20. So Mineola, you were not included in that, but based off of how I'm seeing the circulation, all right, the center of circulation right now is just west of Lindale and north of I-20, kind of going by 110 there, where you're seeing the red and the green meet. That's where we're starting to see that little tornado vortex signature. Make sure you are going to your safe place. That's going to be the lowest level of the building, with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This is heading out to the east toward Lindale. So Lindale, you need to be in your safe place. Same thing goes for Wood Springs, for Carroll, as well as any areas just out to the east of that. So let's take a zoomed in look, see if we can get a few more cities included in that. Hideaway, make sure that you are in your safe place. The center of circulation right now, it's just near you. Make sure that in Thedforth that you are there as well. So the safe place, once again, the lowest level of the building. So let me go ahead and get a track on this. This has been moving anywhere between 15 to 20 miles per hour. So we'll go ahead and give you if it's moving faster there. So to Hawkins, that will reach you a little bit closer to about 5:40. Make sure that you are in your safe place, and of course that you are staying weather aware. Let's take a zoomed out look so we can see what's happening. Once again, 2 tornado warnings. Both of them include parts of Smith County. The second one out to our south, just to the west of Mount Selman, includes parts of Cherokee and Smith counties. Now, more rain off to our west, but once again, it's this area right here in our coverage area in East Texas that you need to make sure that you are staying weather aware. So your safe place is going to be in the lowest level of the building, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Let me go ahead and get a check on our debris tracker, see if we're seeing anything there. We're going to diagnose all of this for you live on air. We have, I'm seeing Nayeli is saying that we have our weather cam up. Is it? Yeah, this is in Tyler. That's not gonna, there's no tornado warning in Tyler, so let's just stick with radar for now. I'm seeing not a ton of debris getting picked up in Lindale, and this tornado warning up to the north, so that's a good thing. We're just seeing some lightning out there. This is a very electric storm, so make sure you're staying inside. Let's see, this one out toward Bullard. Let me turn our lightning off. That way we can get a better check of this. There might be something getting picked up in there. You can see it right here where you're seeing this splotch of yellow pop up. That's where we may be getting some debris that's uplifted into the air. Now, this is very far away from the radar site, but based off of where we were seeing that center of circulation, I suspect that there is something that's getting thrown up in the air. So make sure that you are staying aware and staying in cover. It's going to be this area once again as this continues to trek up to the northeast. Once again, Bullard, I need you to make sure that you are staying in your safe place. If you have not gone there, make sure that you are on your way right now. Now, we are seeing that little debris signature there. Let me go ahead and see if we can correlate it with our storm relative velocity. Okay, based off of everything that I'm seeing in Bullard, it does look like there is likely some sort of circulation. I haven't heard word from the National Weather Service on any updates from this specific tornado warning, but just make sure that you are staying safe and staying aware. Alrighty, I'm going to go ahead and read directly from our tornado warning. This is the one in Cherokee and Smith counties. A tornado and quarter-size hail is what they are saying our main hazards are. It's not been spotted. This has only been radar indicated. Now, based off of the circulation that I'm seeing, how bright the red and the green are next to each other, I suspect something is trying to funnel down. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean it's on the ground, but either way, treat it as if it is. Make sure that you are in your safe place. Flying debris will be dangerous, especially to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes could be damaged or destroyed. Mobile homes are one of the most dangerous places to be. The National Weather Service says that it's safer to be outside of a mobile home rather to be inside a mobile home in the event of one of these storms. What's happening is there's a chance that the tornadic winds could get below a mobile home and loft it into the air because there is that little space there. So I'm going to continue to keep an eye on this one in Bullard. That one has me a little bit concerned, just given what we're seeing on our radar. Now this one toward Lindale, the secondary tornado warning up to our north. Right now in Lindale, I'm not necessarily seeing quite as organized rotation. Everything looks pretty broad, but given how bright this red is directly over Lindale, definitely some gusty winds out of that one. Again, not quite as organized rotation, but it is enough that you need to make sure that you are staying in your safe place. As our chief meteorologist, Brett Anthony, says, respect the polygon. So if you are under a tornado warning, make sure that you are staying weather aware. Alrighty, I'm getting word from the National Weather Service. The storm across extreme northwest Cherokee County is coming into Bullard, Texas right now, and it's containing a strong area of rotation. All Bullard residents need to take shelter immediately. That was directly from the National Weather Service. So please make sure that you are staying in your safe place. Once again, for those of you just joining us, your safe place is going to be the lowest level of the building. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Usually it's a bathroom or a closet. In extreme cases, if there's an interior stairwell, that will keep you safe as well. But really, you want to make sure that you are putting as many layers between you and the potential tornado outside as possible. That will keep you as safe as possible. So since the National Weather Service is watching this cell out toward Bullard, let me go ahead and get a check on this one. Let me see, our Titan indicators are not necessarily popping up with any sort of tornadic rotation in there, but again, just looking at our radar signature, this has been moving very, very quickly. Let me see if I can get a check on how quickly I think it's moving. We're gonna have to click on our Titan indicator here real fast, so let's just get a check of that. Okay, it is moving at about 30 miles per hour according to our Titan indicator. So I'll give you a heads up on how quickly we think that that's moving into your area. Once again, Bullard, you need to make sure that you are in your safe place. Given the rotation of this, it is a rather organized rotation. It is something of concern. So make sure that you are staying weather aware. All right, here's the timeline in it for you. So if you take a look at the top left-hand corner of your screen, Bullard, that center of circulation, is right on you right now. Make sure you are in your safe place and stay there until the storm passes you by. White House, that'll reach you a little bit closer to 5:15. New Chapel Hill, that'll reach you closer to 5:30 in the morning. Make sure that you are staying in your safe place. Now, Copeland and New Chapel Hill, you are not currently in a tornado warning. However, this storm is bearing down in your direction, so make sure that you are staying weather aware and, of course, just staying ready in case you do need to go over to your safe place. Let me go ahead and get a zoomed out look, see if we can get that secondary tornado warning to show on our area here. All right, let me see, is it, there we go. I'm gonna have to go back over here so we can get a better view of everything that's happening. There we go, up to the north. It looks like this little storm toward Lindale may be starting to pick up some steam, so make sure that you are in your safe place. I'm watching just this area where we're seeing very gusty winds, that bright red on your screen directly in Lindale. Make sure that you are staying weather aware. Now, let me go ahead and see if we can switch over to see how large our hail may be in this storm. All right, it may just take a second to load in. Let me see. There you go. Here's our hail tracker. Sometimes it takes a sec, but make sure that you are staying in your safe place. All right, it looks like we're not going to get our hail to go ahead and load in there. But let's just switch back over here so we can see where the center of rotation is, because that really is going to be the biggest help to us right now. Once again, this storm near Bullard, we were seeing on our radar some indications that something non-meteorological had been lofted into the air. So that means some sort of non-raindrop that's not a hailstone, something that is from the ground, was lofted up. So that is a very good indicator that something is spinning down and throwing debris around. Make sure that you are staying in your safe place until this tornado warning expires. So right now the center of circulation looks just to be the southeast of Teasellville. I'm going to see if we can get some street names in there. FM 2137, that's just where the center of circulation is. It's heading, we just got a new scan in. Let me go ahead and reposition us there. Okay, right now the center of circulation is just to the east of Teasellville, heading out toward White House. This is going to continue to move up to the northeast. It does have its sights set on White House in Chapel Hill. Once again, White House is not currently in a tornado warning, but it is getting close to you with that center of circulation. So please make sure that you are staying in your safe place, or at least getting ready to go into your safe place in case we need to do that. I'm going to go ahead and check the National Weather Service to see what they are looking at. Alrighty. Okay, I'm getting word from the National Weather Service about the tornado warning that's up to our north. This one is currently toward Lindale. Now, I'm not seeing strong rotation. The National Weather Service agrees. We're not necessarily seeing that bright green and that bright red that we were seeing earlier. They said that they are not planning to extend the tornado warning any farther to the east. So if you're in Winona, you are good for now, but be prepared in case this does begin to tighten back up. Lindale, still stay in your safe place. You have about 10 minutes left on this tornado warning. Once again, stay in your safe place until the tornado warning passes you by. Again, not quite as organized rotation, but it is this area near White House that I am tracking this organized rotation where you're seeing that bright red and the bright green. Center of rotation right now just crossing Highway 69. It is near Bullard. Make sure that you are staying in your safe place. Do not leave your safe place until this storm passes you by. That tornado warning is active all the way through 5:30 this morning. We will be staying on with you as long as there is a tornado warning in effect. Once again, this is near Bullard. Teasellville, you're kind of on the back end of this, but you are still under an active tornado warning. So make sure that you are staying in your safe place. White House, you're not currently under a tornado warning, but you are getting very close. So make sure that you are staying weather aware. Alrighty, it looks like, hey, can we pop up our tower camera real fast? Some gusty winds are now making their way into the Tyler area. This is a look downtown. I believe we are currently looking south. So make sure that you are staying, again, not a tornado warning that is active here, but given what I'm seeing, just some gusty winds, and really it's not a safe time to be outside. I'm going to go ahead and look at our Facebook comments. So if you guys have questions about what we're seeing, go ahead and put them in the chat. Make sure that you guys are staying safe. Okay, I'm seeing questions about White House. So I'll put a track on that for you. Can we switch back over to radar? Thank you. All right, this area, this storm near Bullard, is headed up to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Oh dear, it looks like we're having a few technical difficulties. There we go. So White House, it should reach you soon. Again, you are not currently under an active tornado warning, but there is a threat of a tornado out there. So make sure that you are ready to go to your safe place. White House, that will reach you. If this continues to hold, that's going to continue through 5:20. I'm getting word from the National Weather Service now. There is a downstream tornado warning coming for parts of far southwest Smith County. This will include the city of White House. So White House, you're going to get a tornado warning momentarily. I would recommend just going ahead and going to your safe place. That way you are ready to go, as this is going to continue to move in your direction rather quickly. Once again, it is moving at about 35 miles per hour. So you want to make sure that you are ready to go and staying weather aware. Have at least 2 ways to receive weather information. One of us can be us here on CBS 19. We will be live on Facebook as well as on our app, CBS 19 Plus. We'll also be simulcasting from our radio partner. So if you have a portable radio that you can take with you into your safe place, that's going to be at 1065 Jack FM, Kicks 1057. 1041/1035 The Ranch, and La Missoura 967. Okay, we just had that tornado warning get extended. Let me go ahead and show you what's in that. So White House, you are currently under a tornado warning. Go to your safe place. New Chapel Hill, you are also under a tornado warning. ARP, same for you. This stops just short of Overton, but it does include areas up to our north. Browning, you're currently not under the tornado warning, but it is very close to you, so be prepared and be ready to go in the event that this does continue to get extended. Now, given what we're seeing, this is definitely showing signs of rotation, and it is going to stay with us, or it is continuing to hold through the rest of the morning. Let me see if I can get a check of our debris tracker so we can see if there's anything that has been lofted into the air. We have to turn the lightning off there. All right. Given what I'm seeing, where you're seeing those pixels of yellow on your screen, that's where you need to make sure that you are staying, of course, weather aware. That's where we're likely seeing some sort of debris lofted into the air. So again, it's very likely that something is spinning down. Please make sure that you are staying safe and staying aware. Hey, control room, are we able to get an engineer out here? My mouse isn't working. Thank you. Alrighty, we're gonna switch back over to our reflectivity. So this isn't going to show us where the rotation is, but it is going to show us where the heaviest rainfall is. So lots of rain and lots of lightning near White House. That's where we're seeing all of this lightning begin to pick up. And that's where the tornado warning is currently active. Right now, for parts of Cherokee and Smith County, the one that we've been talking about all morning, that's going through 5:30, so you have about 20 minutes left on that. A secondary tornado warning that was just extended, that includes parts of White House and continues up to our northeast. That's going all the way through 6 a.m. And then we have that secondary tornado warning, which should expire momentarily. That's in parts of Smith County, parts of Lindale. Let me see if we can turn the lightning off on this so you can get a better view of it. Right there. Lots of heavy rainfall coming down, lots of lightning as well. You have about 5 minutes left on that in the Lindale area. Once again, if you live along Highway 69 where it intersects with I-20, you need to make sure that you are staying in your safe place as this continues out to our east. You have about 5 more minutes before you're able to come back out safely. But it's this storm that we're tracking that's near White House. That's where you need to make sure that you are staying extra weather aware. Alrighty. Once again, that center of circulation right now, if we can get a ground truth value, it's crossing FM 756. It's heading toward White House. So White House, please make sure that you are taking shelter right now. The big deal with this is we've seen lots of debris that can get tossed around in a system like this, and that's where a lot of the damage comes from. So make sure that you are, of course, putting as many layers between you and the outside as possible. Let me go ahead and see if we can get a check of any of our other products out here. See if I can get a look of our hail tracker. All right, it does look like where we were seeing that circulation and that potential for lofted debris, there is a hail signature going on there as well. So it's going to be this blob right here to the east of Bullard where you're seeing this pop up. I would say about marble-sized hail as this continues to move up to the northeast. It is going to be crossing 110 soon, so avoid that area of the roadways as we get started on this early part of Memorial Day. So please make sure that you are staying safe. Once again, 5 more minutes on that tornado warning that's in Lindale. We have between 15 to 45 minutes left on these 2 tornado warnings. Now, once you're in Bullard, a lot of this circulation is up to your northeast, so you're going to be good to go here pretty soon. I am seeing a little wind gust picking up just to the east of Coffee City near Berryville. This one is not showing rotation, but just be prepared for some gusty winds in that area. Right now, the center of circulation, we just got a new radar scan in, is heading toward White House. So White House, you need to make sure that you are staying safe and staying weather aware. Go into your safe place and take shelter. This does appear to be trying to veer up to the left a little bit. So right now it is set to stay on the northern edge of this polygon right here. So the center of circulation right there, just heading into White House at the moment, but it is continuing just on this side of it. So Chapel Hill, you might be closer to that center of circulation. Make sure that you are taking shelter. This continues out to the east. ARP, you're included in that tornado warning as well. All of this continues out to the east there. Let me see if I can get a track on this for you so you can get a timeline. Once again, though, if you are actively under a tornado warning, please make sure that you are taking shelter. Don't wait for the circulation to get there because it could be too late. In situations like this, minutes matter. Let me go ahead and put that out to about 30 miles per hour. So White House, that's going to reach you in just a few minutes. Liberty City, if it continues to hold all the way out that direction, around 6 a.m. That's when the tornado warning is set to expire, but there is a chance that this continues to be extended farther east. We're going to continue to keep an eye on it for you this morning. I'm going to check and see questions on Facebook. Okay, questions. I'm seeing questions about Lindale and Kilgore, and a few about Lindale. So let me go ahead and check on our Lindale storm. Lindale, I've been seeing this begin to lose some steam, so we're not necessarily quite as concerned about this one because there isn't quite as organized rotation. The National Weather Service said it is not continuing to extend this warning. Still some gusty winds out there, especially where you're seeing the reds and the yellows pop up on your screen. This is going to continue to move out to the east, but it's not organized rotation. It's very broad, which means it's a lot harder for something to spin up. Still though, stay in your safe place, stay in shelter all the way through 5:15, so you have just a few more seconds, about a minute left on that. Still make sure that you are staying safe. I'm still though concerned about the areas out to our southeast, so near White House where we just have been seeing this organized rotation. Okay, I'm getting word in from the National Weather Service from our sky spotters. I haven't gotten any reports of any rotation or any reports of hail sizes. Still though, please make sure that you are staying aware. Just because it hasn't been spotted doesn't mean that it's not there. And again, given just the magnitude of the red and the green that we're seeing, this is very likely. Let me turn our watches and warnings off, so you're going to see it disappear from your screen. That doesn't mean that it's gone. I'm just turning it off to get a check of a few other things in our area. I'm going to try to get a check of our what's called gate-to-gate shear. That's going to give us a look at how much the rotation is impacting us and how likely it is. All right, gate-to-gate shear around 80. That is significant velocity, so our wind gusts that are about 25 miles per hour in there. But given that gate-to-gate shear, that's what we're looking at, specifically the rotation between the storm energy going this way and the wind coming this way. That's where we're seeing that spin. That's at about 82 miles per hour. That is significant. Please make sure that you are staying in shelter and staying in your safe place, and of course, keeping yourself and your loved ones safe. Don't forget to bring your pets into your safe place. They need to be safe as well. Same thing goes for any elderly loved ones who may live with you, who may need a little bit of extra assistance in getting to your shelter. All right, that tornado warning just up to our north and Lindale has expired. Still some gusty winds up there, but you're not currently under any sort of tornado warning. Now in New Chapel Hill, you are actively under tornado warning as well. White House, same for you. ARP as well. This stops just short of Overton, but Overton, you're really close to the edge of that polygon. Be prepared in case you do need to move into your safe place. It looks like this may be beginning to veer off to the right a little bit. Okay, we just got a new scan in. White House, that circulation is directly in your area right now. Make sure that you are taking shelter. We are expecting a lot of flying debris with this, so make sure that you are staying aware and putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Let me see if I can get a look at the actual ground there. So this is heading toward Main Street and Wilmingham Road. It's headed toward the center of White House. Hill Creek Road, you guys are next. I'm going to continue to look up to the northeast here. This is set to follow FM 848 toward McElroy Road. It's toward County Road 2126 as well. So please make sure that you are taking care of yourself and your loved ones. Again, given the magnitude of this circulation, this is something that you need to make sure that you are really taking seriously. I'm hearing reports from the National Weather Service. There have been pea-sized hail reported in the White House area. So once again, that's hail. We haven't gotten reports of rotation yet. This has all just been radar indicated, but still make sure that you are treating it as if there is some sort of tornado on the ground. Now, you want to make sure that you are staying in your safe place until this passes you by. So if you live out to our south and near Bullard or just toward Mount Selman, this extends toward CUNY. That goes until 5:30, so you have about a little over 10 minutes left on your tornado warning. But if you live in White House, that is directly over your area. Make sure that you are staying in your safe place. Same thing goes for ARP. Overton, New Chapel Hill, Browning, you're not currently in a tornado warning, but you are really close, so be prepared in case you need to head over to shelter. All right, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's for parts of Athens toward Edam, Brownsboro, Eustis. It stops just to the east of Gun Barrel City. I'm going to go ahead and get a look at that. Now, what we're seeing with this one is there is a tornado possible tag on it. That means that it is possible of spinning up a tornado. That's for this yellow polygon that you're seeing just out to the east. That's for Edam back to Gun Barrel City. Athens, you're included in that as well. But you see this stripe on it. That means that there is a potential for it to spin down some sort of tornado. So make sure that you are ready to go to your safe place in case you need it, because we are seeing these spin up and spin down very quickly. So of course, make sure that you are ready to go in case you need it. Okay, I'm hearing some reports. Super heavy rain in West Tyler. Bullard, someone reporting in Bullard. Yep, you guys are still under a tornado warning. Questions about Henderson. Henderson, you're not currently under a tornado warning, I believe. Alrighty, no, you guys are not. Now in Bullard, lots of rain. White House, you guys are in it as well. But that center circulation where I have the most concern is directly over White House at the moment. Here in Tyler, I'm hearing lots of booms at our CBS19 studio. Make sure that you are continuing to stay safe. Alrighty, we're going to take a zoomed out look, see what else is happening across the area. Now, it's really just that area of circulation that I'm watching. White House, please make sure that you are staying safe. Now, if this does continue to hold, it's heading out to the east. Kilgore, I saw some questions about that on our Facebook Live chat. I haven't seen any questions or any reports of anything there. There's not currently a tornado warning that is active in Kilgore, but you guys are in the path of this storm and it has been continuing to hold pretty steadily. So please make sure that you are ready to go and you have at least 2 ways to receive weather information. A lot of what you can do with this is if we can be prepared ahead of time. So you might need 2 ways to receive weather information and have that ready to go. If you have any extra battery packs, then that will help you, or battery portable chargers. That way you can take them with you into your safe place and you can plug your phone in the event that you lose battery and you'll be ready to go. Let's go ahead and get a check of our correlation coefficient. This is how we look at debris. That way we can see if something has been lofted into the air or not. All right, I'm still seeing something that has been thrown up into the air near White House and Bullard. That's what you're seeing in the pixels of yellow on your screen. There's a very high likelihood that something is spinning. We'll get more reports of it from the National Weather Service once they likely do a storm survey out there. We'll get more information once this all passes through and we hear word from them. But given what I'm seeing, a lot of this could be thrown up toward White House. Some lofted debris is possible toward noonday and back toward Bullard. Actually, let me get a check to see if there's a secondary circulation trying to form up toward Bullard. So we're going to continue to look at that. Alrighty, give me just 1 second. Just try to pull this up. Alrighty. Yeah, White House is what we're watching. Some gusty winds right now toward Bullard. This one, right where we're seeing this bright green just to the south of Teaselsville. this is right on the edge of what our radar can see. So we're not getting a good view of it, but again, you're still under a tornado warning. That goes all the way through 5:30, so you have a little less than 10 minutes left on that. Stay in your safe place. There may be a secondary rotation that is trying to spin. Nothing has been confirmed by the National Weather Service just yet, but looking at it, it may try to spin something down and become more organized through the rest of the morning. So make sure that you are ready to go. Alrighty, I am watching or checking from the National Weather Service to see if they have given us any updates. Hey Glenn, can you fix my mouse on this computer real fast? That one's fine, it's just max 1, thank you. Alrighty, the National Weather Service is looking, I don't see an update. They are not planning to do an extension off to any parts of northern Smith County, at least not yet. There is some very weak rotation coming into Winona, so they're going to continue to watch that. And of course, we'll continue to keep you updated through the rest of the morning. That's all that I have from the National Weather Service right now. So let's take a closer look on what we're seeing here across the area. Once again, it's this area right near White House that we're seeing the center of circulation. I'll try to take a zoomed in look for you so we can get a bit of ground truth out of that. So right now it's crossing 110 and it's headed up to the northeast. New Chapel Hill, you need to make sure that you are staying in your safe place. Once again, that's the lowest level of the building, and you need as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We get lots of lifted debris out of this. In fact, we have been seeing that throughout this morning. There's been something that's popping up on our radar that has been lofted into the air. We just got a new radar scan in. Let me go ahead and take a closer look at this. All right, I'm seeing very organized rotation. It's headed out to New Chapel Hill at the moment. New Chapel Hill, you're just off to the northern part of the center of circulation, but it is out to the south of you. East Side Road, you're included in that center of circulation. It's kind of right across your area. Please make sure that you are staying aware and staying safe. If you have any loved ones in that area, make sure that they are staying safe as well. If you live there, again, take your pets and take your elderly loved ones to their safe place. They may need a little bit of extra time, as we have been seeing, as if they're elderly, they may need extra time to get to your safe place. It may be downstairs or just maybe getting to your safe spot. Don't forget your pets, of course. Don't forget your kids. They need to be in their safe place as well. Everyone in your household needs to be under some sort of cover. Now, I am continuing to watch this other circulation near Bullard. This has just been trying to spin. It's not organized at the moment, but we're going to continue to keep an eye on it. It's this green and this red right now just to the southwest of Bullard. So nothing organized out there, but enough rotation that I am continuing to keep an eye on it. It's really, though, it's this Chapel Hill system. I'm seeing lots of very bright reds and greens pop up out there. So yeah, probably some very organized rotation as well. Thank you for fixing the mouse, Glenn. Alrighty, we're going to go ahead and switch back over to our correlation coefficient. This will give us a better check to see if there's something been lofted, and that's something that you can really look closely at.
Hey, Sarah, we're hearing that 6,000 power outages right now.
Oh, hey, I'm going to toss it over to Dana.
Oh, no, I just wanted to tell you there's about 6,000 people without power right now.
Okay, thank you. 6,000 people are currently without power. Is that for all of East Texas? Or
It's
where
across East Texas.
That's for all of East Texas. So we are going to continue to keep you updated if we get more information on that. But if you have lost power, don't forget you can still get information via your cell phone. If you have a portable radio, that's a good idea as well. We are simulcasting there. We're on air, and we're also simulcasting with our radio partners. That's 1065 Jack FM. That's Kicks 1056, 1041, and 1037 The Ranch in La Mitsura 965. Just got a really big strike of lightning here in East Texas at CBS19. Now, if you have lost power, if you have an extra battery pack, don't forget to go ahead and take that with you to your safe place. That way you are ready to go in the event that your phone or something dies. We're going to continue to keep an eye on this through the rest of the morning. Now, really, it's just this area right here in New Chapel Hill. Given how bright that red and that green is, I am a little concerned about this one. So please make sure that you are staying in your safe place until the worst of the storm passes you by. Let me get a check on this. This is where we can look at our velocity and our gate-to-gate shear. Hold on, that just picked up on the county road there. So we're gonna have to zoom out just a little to get a better check of what is actually happening on our radar. So what I'm looking at here is our gate-to-gate shear. So if we see something usually above 50, that indicates significant rotation. I'm seeing 75 there. That's something that we're gonna look at. Lots of gusty winds, velocity coming in at about 41 miles per hour, so definitely something to stay aware about. Once again, the center of rotation is headed toward Chapel Hill. It's going up to our northeast, so please make sure that you are staying in your safe place until all of this passes you by. Let me go ahead and turn our watches and warnings layer back on so you can see if your area is currently under a watch or a warning. There we go. Let's take a zoomed out look at what we're seeing so we can get a better check of what's happening. Once again, I apologize for the lack in zooming out ability. We're having just a few technical difficulties with the mouse on being able to drive our radar. But here's what we're seeing. Let me see how much lightning, because we're hearing so much thunder this morning. It's lots of lightning as well. You're seeing this almost this ball of white on your screen just near Bullard. Let me get a check specifically of that to see how much lightning is in specifically this red square that I'm drawing. Okay, in the past 15 minutes, about 350 strikes of lightning. So this is a very energetic storm. Make sure that you are staying weather aware and, of course, staying in your safe place until this passes you by. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning issued for the majority of East Texas. Let me go ahead and pull up this so we can get a better look at what's happening here. All right, a severe thunderstorm warning. This includes parts of northeastern Texas for Smith County, southwestern Harris County, Panola County, parts of Rusk County, parts of Central and Upshur County. Gray County are included in that as well, and northern Cherokee County is included in the severe thunderstorm warning. So the severe thunderstorm warning is everything that you're seeing that's in yellow. The good news is that is not currently a tornado possible tag. Where we are seeing the tornado possible tag is back out to our west. So Brownsboro, Martinsville, Athens, you're currently under a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. That means that you need to be ready to go to your safe place in the event that something spins down. Now, where we're seeing this bigger polygon, I know there's a lot going on our screen right now, but where we're seeing this bigger polygon in yellow, that is where there is just a general run-of-the-mill thunderstorm. So what that means, large hail, gusty winds, heavy rain. Really the big thing is wind gusts. Those are closer to around 60 miles per hour. That's what you need it to be reaching a severe level. All right, I'm seeing some updates from the National Weather Service. Give me just 1 second there. Okay. All right, that secondary area of rotation that I had been talking about previously, let me go ahead and see if I can pull that up for you guys. If you remember this little area near Bullard that we had previously been watching, right now, just to the northeast of Bullard, it's to the northeast of Teaselsville as well, south of Noonday, where you're seeing this patch of red. Oh, we just got a new scan in. All right, given what I'm seeing there, there's likely another rotation. The National Weather Service is confirming that it is currently in our tornado warning, where we're actively seeing that. Given the rotation there, I suspect something is spinning out as well, so there could be a second round on your way. Right now, the original rotation that we were watching is just to the south of Browning at the moment, but west of White House, a secondary rotation is forming. So make sure that you are staying in your safe place. That's why we say don't leave your safe place until the storm passes you by. So please make sure that you are staying there and, of course, staying aware and staying safe. Let me go ahead and see if we can get any of our debris tracker to pop up. I'm going to have to turn our lightning off for just a second. Okay, yeah, given what I'm seeing in White House, where you're seeing this big splotch of green that's just to the south of White House, once again, that's where we're likely seeing something spin up and throw some potentially tree branches, potentially some debris. We don't know exactly what's lofted, but it's non-meteorological. That means that it's not a raindrop, it's not a hailstone, it's not something that's caused directly from the weather. Instead, it's the wind lofting something from the ground. All right, lots of lightning in this system as well, decent hail, so please make sure that you are staying aware. Just to our west, we're not out of the woods yet. Tornado possible thunderstorm is on the way. Murchison or Murchison, depending on how you say it. Athens, Eustis, Ben Wheeler, you're all under that severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning is still active for parts of Smith County. That goes through 6 a.m. for everything that's highlighted under the red box. Let me go ahead and switch our view here so you can see it just a little bit better. So New Chapel Hill, make sure that you are staying in your safe place. White House, if you have come out of your shelter, you need to go back. We have a secondary area of rotation that is bearing down on your city. Make sure that you are staying aware. New Chapel Hill, you're on the back end of the first rotation, but you're about to be impacted by the second rotation. The National Weather Service is continuing to watch this. They have not indicated if they plan to extend this tornado warning or not, but if there is an active tornado warning, we are going to continue to stay on with you. And even if there's not, we're going to continue to be on through 7 a.m. That way you can get the rest of your weather information and make sure that you are staying safe on this Memorial Day. I'm going to switch back over to our correlation coefficient. Once again, this is our debris tracker. Really what's happening is it's going to look at the difference between if it's a meteorological object that's in the air or some sort of debris. What we're looking at is how close it is to a perfect circle, and that's what a raindrop is. And given what I'm seeing near White House, I suspect that there's something that's up in the air. Browning, we are seeing a little debris signature, nothing that is super significant in that area. So that's near Highway 31, just to the west of Browning. And we're not necessarily experiencing quite as organized rotation in that area. That was the original rotation that set this whole tornado warning off. But I am watching the secondary area that's headed toward White House. And once again, we are seeing something that has been thrown up in the air according to our radar signatures. Let me see if I can get a check of our hail cores to see if something is forming in there. Okay, yeah, this one we're starting to see about pocket change sized hail. That's what we're seeing. There was a little splotch of blue on the screen there. Denise, can you take this full, please? So specifically in this area, just to the southeast of Flint, that's north of FM 344. This is continuing up to the north, so decent sized hail out of this. This could cause some damage, especially if your vehicles are outside. Now, do not go outside to move them. Stay in your safe place. But just be prepared that when you are able to come out later in the day, I would say in the next about 30 minutes or so, given that's how long the tornado warning is active, you may see a few dents on your windshield, so just be prepared for that, or on the hood of your car. All right, I'm checking to see if the National Weather Service has any updates. All right, I'm seeing reports of just some broad rotation that's near Eustis. Let me go ahead and turn our watches and warnings back on. There we go. All righty. Near Eustis, just some broad scale rotation. Right now, that is headed toward Murchison. I'm not necessarily seeing any organized rotation, and the National Weather Service is just going to continue to keep an eye on it in case it decides to organize. But right now, if you're in Murchison, Brownsboro, Edam, Athens, you are currently just under a severe thunderstorm warning. Still, though, make sure that you are ready to go, because we have seen these spin up and continue with us very, very quickly through the rest of the morning. Okay, we just had our tornado warning extended. That's for parts of Browning, continuing to Liberty City and into Kilgore. So that's parts of Gregg County, parts of Rusk County, and parts of Smith County. Make sure that you are staying in your safe place and staying aware. Browning, you need to make sure that you are sheltering right now. We will likely see lofted debris, gusty winds, and damage is potential in your area. This is heading out toward Kilgore. So Kilgore, go to your safe place. I saw questions about this in our Facebook chat a little bit earlier. So Kilgore, you are currently under a tornado warning. Make sure that you are staying in your safe place until this passes you by. The tornado warning goes through 6:15. We'll continue to stay on with you as long as there is an active tornado warning in our area. Now, if you are heading to your safe place right now, a few things, I'm going to give you a few pieces of advice. Make sure that you are putting your shoes on as you go to your safe place. When you come out, there may be debris in your area, and you want to make sure that your feet are protected when you're exiting your safe place. Make sure you have two ways to receive weather information. One of us can be us here on CBS 19. You can get us via your phone on the CBS 19 Plus app. We're also on YouTube. and on Facebook. We're live streaming there right now. And then another option is if you have a radio, a NOAA weather radio, or just a portable radio that you can take with you, take that into your safe place with you. That way you can continue to get weather information in the event that your phone dies or that it can't connect to Wi-Fi or to data. That's why you want to have multiple ways. That way, if there is another round on the way to your area, you know about it. Now, once again, as you're heading to your safe place, don't forget you need to bring your pets, your children, and don't forget that your elderly loved ones may need a bit of extra help in order to get to that safe place. Remember, the lowest level of the building, that's where you want to go, and you put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Now, I am seeing the rotation is not quite as organized as it was before, but the National Weather Service is continuing to warn it. That way we are making sure that we're covering all of our bases. Let me see if I can get a little check on what we're expecting. So the area rotation right now, just near Browning, it's moving up to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So we can get a check on it for you there. Up to Liberty City, that should reach you closer to 550, between 550 and 560. White Oak, if this continues to hold, closer to 611, I should say. East Mountain, a little bit after 6 o'clock, and then if it does continue to hold all the way out to Ashland, that would be closer to 7 a.m. So make sure that you are staying in your safe place while there is actively a tornado warning in your area. Not all of those areas that I just mentioned are currently under a warning, but be prepared in case you do need to go to your safe place. All right, the secondary area of rotation that I'm watching, it's heading towards New Chapel Hill at the moment. This one, make sure that you are staying in your safe place. It has been holding throughout the entire morning, so you need to make sure that you are staying aware. Again, I haven't seen any confirmed reports of that. That's just from our radar. That's what you're seeing with the red and the green on your screen. So please make sure that you are staying, of course, in your safe place. Let me take a zoomed out look to see what else is happening across our area. Once again, those are the two areas of greatest concern. But across the area in parts of Smith County, Gregg County, off to Harrison and Morris County, as well as Van Zandt and parts of Henderson County, we currently have a severe thunderstorm warning. That's where we're seeing wind gusts of 60 miles per hour and some pretty hefty hail. So you want to make sure that you are staying inside. You don't necessarily need to go to your safe place if you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, but you do if you're under a tornado warning. So that's parts of Smith County, parts of Gregg County, and parts of Rusk County. Once again, two circulations that we are currently tracking here on CBS19. The first one is near Browning. That's heading toward County Road 3111. Liberty City, you guys are next up on the list, so make sure that you are taking shelter now because we will likely see some lofted debris getting thrown around and potentially some wind damage. Kilgore, you are not directly in the line of this storm, but you are under a tornado warning at the moment. So there's a chance that as we see this circulation continue to pick up, it may veer off to the east. So Kilgore, make sure that you are staying in your safe place. Lard Hill, same toward Liberty City. You need to be taking shelter through 6:15. We'll continue to stay on with you at that time. Now let me take a look at that secondary area of rotation that we've been tracking that has just begun to spin up. It's near New Chapel Hill at the moment and near White House. So where we're seeing this patch of bright red and bright green, that's where we're seeing the circulation. Now what we're seeing with the red, it shows us the direction that the wind and the rain is going. Red means it's going away from where our radar site is, so where the radar is shooting out the beam and picking all of this up. And the green means it's going toward. And when you track that circulation, it is going in a counterclockwise area. Now this is picking up specifically off of the Shreveport radar site, so that's going to show you where we're seeing that spin. Still, please make sure that you are staying aware. We've been seeing these spin up very, very quickly, so of course, make sure that you are, of course, keeping up to date with the forecast. Lots of lightning out of this as well, so even if you are not currently under a tornado warning, you need to make sure you are staying inside. Remember the phrase, when thunder roars, go indoors. Alrighty, let me go ahead and see if we can see any debris that's lofted in that area, because that is really a big concern out of these systems. All right, Chapel Hill. We are actively seeing something has been lofted into the area. Same just to the west of ARP. given these bright yellows and even off to the west there where we're seeing the green and the yellow pop up to the west of White House, I suspect that there is something that's thrown up in the air. This could cause damage. This is one of the biggest issues that we see with tornadoes. Now, we haven't gotten any confirmation of anything on the ground, but we have seen that rotation pop up on our radar, and it is enough to prompt the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning. And also, if you look at that debris signature that we're seeing, there is likely a threat of something like that. So please make sure that you are staying in your safe place until this passes you by. Now let's take a wider look at what's happening, because it's not just the tornado warning that we're tracking. There's storms all across East Texas, as well as into parts of Louisiana and Arkansas. This is a very messy morning. Now, this little storm that we're tracking, or I should say not little, this storm boundary that we're tracking, it's this line that stretches out toward Waco. It just extends a little bit farther west. Our radar just isn't picking that up right now. From Waco into our area and all the way up toward the Arklatex. Now, that is where we're seeing the gustiest winds, around 50 to 60, maybe even more miles per hour there. This is the result of a cold front that's pushing through the area. So once you get on the back end of the worst of these storms, so out toward Mount Pleasant and up toward North Texas, you are going to be out of the woods. What's going to happen is the storm will come through and knock out a lot of the storm energy. And we are seeing excessive storm energy in our area. That's what's helping to prompt this rotation and these tornado warnings that we have been seeing all morning. So let me take a closer look again and see what's happening, or we can get a check of the center of rotation and tell you where the biggest area of concern is. We just had a very large strike of lightning and a very loud rumble of thunder here in East Texas here at our CBS19 studio. Okay. South of County Road 2122 and north of County Road 2123. That is near Highway 110 to the northeast of White House, but still White House, stay in your safe place. It's where we're seeing the red and the green. It's heading out toward New Chapel Hill and toward Highway 64. If you are planning on driving out any early this morning for any Memorial Day travel plans, avoid that section of roadways. And if you can hold off, I would say if you hold off maybe an hour or two on your travels, things are going to be significantly better for you this morning, because it's not safe to be in a vehicle during a tornado warning. If you are out driving, make sure that you have a way to get to your safe place. So if you are currently listening to us and you're in a vehicle, and you are currently under a tornado warning, that's an important thing to add there. If you are currently under a tornado warning and you're in your car, make every effort that you can to make sure that you can get to a sturdy structure. So we're talking about some sort of strong building. If there's a gas station that you can go into, that will keep you safe. Or if there is any sort of convenience store or rest stop, that is much safer than being in your vehicle in a tornado warning. Or if you have any friends or family in the area, that you can go ahead and stop by there to get out of your vehicle and into a sturdy structure. Same thing goes for my friends who live in mobile homes. You need to make sure that you are in a sturdy structure. Make every possible effort to get there. The National Weather Service says that it is more dangerous to be in a mobile home during a storm than to be outside during a storm. What happens is we have these gusty winds that will come, and because there's a bit of space under a mobile home, the wind can come in and kind of pick it up and throw it and destroy parts of the structure. Same thing goes for if you're in a vehicle, because there is the space where the tires are, the wind can get under there and can flip it or can create some damage or impact it a little bit more. So make sure that you are, of course, staying in a safe place, a sturdy structure that is with as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Let's get a check to see if we're seeing any more debris that has been lofted into our area. So, of course, make sure that you are staying weather aware. All right, near White House, New Chapel Hill. Oh, yeah. I'm seeing red and yellow, or I'm seeing the yellow and the green pop up. That's where we're likely seeing something that's been thrown into the air. And where we've been seeing that first area of rotation that's near Browning, I'm not necessarily seeing anything that is very concerning in terms of debris, but we are still seeing that rotation, which has just been continuing to tighten up and loosen and tighten up and loosen all morning. Really, though, it's this New Chapel Hill system that has me most concerned at the moment. Let's see if we can get a track on that. This is moving up to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour, so we'll give you a heads up on when it's heading to your city. Browning, that should reach you in the next 10 minutes or so. Clark City, closer to 630 White Oak, if it continues to hold, 630 as well, 7 Pines, and that is all the way closer to 645. Once again, 2 tornadoes are currently active. We have 15 minutes on the one near White House, or tornado warnings, I should say, are currently active. The warning near White House is active all the way through 6 a.m. The one that includes parts of Gregg, Rusk, and Smith County, that one goes about 15 minutes later. We have till 6:15 on that one. A severe thunderstorm warning is also active just out to our west. This one previously did have a tornado possible tag. It appears that they have dropped that. Still in Athens, watch out for gusty winds. Those are closer to 60 miles per hour at this point. So I still recommend staying inside even if you're not under a tornado warning. Lots of lightning out of this as well. Let me turn our lightning on. Now, specifically with this cell we've been tracking near White House, we've been seeing around 300 to 400 strikes of lightning in the past 15 minutes, and that's been pretty consistent this morning. But let me go ahead and get a check on what we're expecting right now. This is upticking a little bit, so about 500 strikes of lightning in the past 15 minutes. That could be an indicator that it is gaining a bit of strength. So just make sure that you are staying in your safe place. If you are currently under a tornado warning, it is not safe to leave your safe place until that tornado warning officially expires. Now let's go ahead and get a check on our reflectivity so we can see what's happening. A little bit wider, lots of rain out there. You can see there's a front that is beginning to press through. Some gusty winds out there near Overton and Tillard. Kilgore, Browning, that's where we're seeing the gustiest winds. That's also where the tornado warning is currently active. We have 2 of them. A few severe thunderstorm warnings out there. I'm starting to see some gusty winds and heavy rain pick up near Longview. So make sure that you are staying aware. Again, you are not currently under a severe or under a tornado warning, but just make sure that you are doing or that you are staying aware. Once again, 2 tornado warnings are currently active. One that's just in parts of Smith County, New Chapel Hill. That's where you need to make sure you're staying in your safe place. Let me get a check of our hail cores. Oh, given what we're seeing there, that is between nickel to almost $half sized hail. So we just got our chief meteorologist, Brett Anthony. He just walked into the studio. I'm going to toss things over to him, and he's going to take it from here.
All right. Hey, Sarah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, this big hail core here just south of Alberta, that's going to be west of Farm to Market Road 848 here south and west of New Chapel Hill and White House. Also looks like there's a pretty good area. I'm not real sure what we're seeing there when we look at the correlation coefficient or the debris tracker, but there is a really lengthy path of, and it may be all hail that the radar is seeing. So there could be an extensive hail core just kind of moving here along 57. And then heading out to the east. And so as that continues to head over toward County Road 246 south and then County Road 294, we could be looking at hail coming down here, and it could be enough to cover the road. It may look like it actually snowed this morning in some of these areas with that heavier hail core. But now it looks like the hail core has just come down a little bit on that last scan. So that's good news. That's north of White House, but more so in the New Chapel Hill area. So, you know, if you're heading out of Tyler and you're headed out through New Chapel Hill down 64 to Lake Tyler East, that's kind of where it's going to be. So if you had any plans to go fishing this morning, certainly would put those off for some extended amount of time, since we still have the tornado warning in effect till 6 a.m. and another one that has been extended out to the northeast toward Kilgore till 6:15. So pretty impressive stuff right there when we take a look at radar. And now go back over here to the storm relative velocity. So what we're doing here is we're moving out, we're taking out the movement of the storm so that we can purely see inside the storm and see the types of precipitation that and the direction of movement of that precipitation. For instance, this green is going to be any hailstones and or raindrops that are moving toward Shreveport National Weather Service radar, and the red is going to be moving away. It looks like this circulation has come down just a little bit, but probably not enough to let our guard down just yet. Notice that it is sort of moving off to the northeast since the extension of the tornado warning till 6:15 for Gregg, Rusk, and Smith County. So I wouldn't wait until this cell gets into Gregg County or even into the northwestern parts of Rusk County. I would go ahead and get to my shelter now, and you know the drill. It's the lowest floor of your house or apartment building that you can get to. In an apartment building, sometimes you're living on a second floor. Unless you have a friend and you just woke up this morning, then the best place to go is into the most interior room of that apartment building. So that's going to be something such as a bathroom or a closet, and you take your CBS19 mobile app with you and you just kind of ride out the storm there. And then hopefully the cells will weaken. There's also a tremendous amount of rain coming down with these cells. So the roads are absolutely covered in rain. You cannot drive very far, especially in these tornado affected areas and the areas where the rain is the heaviest, where you are not kicking up water and possibly hydroplaning. So please watch out when it comes to driving around the area today. You can already see since this storm moved into Smith County, about 1.5 inches to 2 inches of rainfall in those areas in purple. Back toward Canton, there were heavier amounts, upwards of about 3 to 4 inches of rainfall. That's why, in addition to the tornado warning, that purple box you'll see there, that's going to be a flash flood warning. So that's going to include northwestern parts of Smith County, Gray County, southern Upshur County is going to be in that. And that's going to go all the way into northwestern Rusk County and then southern Smith County. So that whole boxed area also seeing tremendous amount of rainfall on top of the tornado warning. So let's track those tornado warnings for you. The movement as it moves, I guess now more to the northeast. So the cell's sort of swinging around. Anytime we get a southwest to northeast moving cell in East Texas, that has the potential to become tornadic. And so in this case, this is one of those cells that did that. And as it moves up northeast, you've got Liberty City here within about 9 minutes. So, don't panic in Liberty City, but please move to your safe place right now. White Oak, same story there. You've got a little bit of time, but let's get to our safe place. East Mountain, about 625, Judson Ashland. At this point, I'd be holding out, waiting to see where this cell moves. Once you're outside of the couplet itself, then things get just rainy, okay? But so even though that this couplet's going to go all the way, or the tornado warned area goes all the way into southern Smith County, once you're outside of that couplet, so south of White House, if you live south of White House, down toward, I'd say Flint and even Gresham, certainly down toward Mixon, Bullard, you are okay with that right now. So there's New Chapel Hill. This is Highway 31. There's a pretty nice couplet trying to release circulation, showing up with some winds blowing away from the radar. Over to another area that you need to be in your safe place right now. So this is the area. Here's another area of circulation, but it could be some stronger winds coming in behind that main couplet on New Chapel Hill right at 64. So ARP also, one of those areas. I'd be in my safe place in ARP. So anyone out there living near East or Lake Tyler East, you need to be in your shelter. Browning, southwest of Browning on 31. I'd also go to my shelter right now just to see what we have going on there, but there's a stronger, at least wind signature coming out of the storm. And there are just waves of rain and wind coming also. Even if you're outside of the tornado warned area, you've got all of that to go. Take a look, Sarah, look at the size of this severe thunderstorm warning now. It looks like we've extended about almost all of East Texas at least into a severe thunderstorm warning on top of this.
Exactly, Brett. Yeah, this got issued a little bit earlier this morning. We've been seeing gusty winds as well as some very decent hail throughout the rest of the morning, or earlier this morning, I should say. Really, though, the biggest concern is this area where we're seeing rotation near Browning and near New Chapel Hill. Given the gusty winds, there is a very real concern there. I haven't heard any reports from the National Weather Service saying on if they are planning to extend this or if they're worried about it, but so far, we are just kind of in a holding pattern right now. Make sure that you are, of course, staying in your safe place. We've gotten lots of rainfall. This is a look at our estimated rainfall over the past 2 hours or so. Our radar estimates are putting that up to 3 to 4 inches in areas near Athens, so torrential rainfall has come down. There is a flash flood warning that is active in the Shreveport area and just off to our east. We currently don't have any of those in our coverage area here in East Texas, but still we'll likely see lots of flooding on the roadways if you're heading out for any Memorial Day travel. Now, where we're seeing the tornado warning, lots of rain coming through as well, there's a chance that these may be rain wrapped, so it's a little bit harder to actually see where that rotation is if you are out in White House or in Kilgore. Now, please don't leave your safe place. Please make sure that you are still staying there. But of course, it may just be a little bit harder to get some eyes on it, which can be a bit more tricky for some spotters to see it. So we have to rely mainly on our radar. Now, we have been seeing some things get lifted into the air. I'm watching this area just toward Browning and east of Tyler near New Chapel Hill, where you're seeing that splotch of yellow pop up on our screen. So that's where there is some concern that there's some lofted debris, and of course that there is something that's flying around that could cause damage. You'll likely see some impacts to the road. So if you're heading out a little bit later this morning, there will likely be some debris on the roadways. It will likely be a little bit slick. Now we're going to toss things back over to Brett.
All right, Sarah, thanks a lot. Hey, just checked out one of the latest scans here, and it does look like the couplet has weakened a little bit. I'm sure that tornado warning will ride out till 6:15 to make just see what is happening. Also, it does look like that core that you just mentioned about that also looks like it's broadening out just a little bit. I don't see as thick as a correlation or debris tracker that we saw earlier. The green areas there, those usually would indicate some sort of like trees or limbs or something of that nature. Just curious the path, the way it looks. Usually it kind of gets more into a ball or into pieces instead of a long strip. So if we picked up a little bit of hail, and that could be certainly some hail as we were tracking that, could also just be some wind blowing stuff around in terms of tree limbs or something that's not precipitation. The dark red areas, the purple areas, that's when we know it correlates. It all goes together, right? So it's all rain, or it's all just maybe even hail if there was that widespread, but it's all rain. So when it changes colors, then it's something different other than a raindrop or a snowflake. And so in this instance, there's something flying through the air, and it could be leaves, tree limbs, things of that nature. Could be worse if it's sometimes green or blue, as Sarah was showing you. So certainly that's why we have a real concern with this and want everybody to be in their safe place. But you'll notice this red versus green area is not as definitive as it was earlier about a half hour ago, especially when this tornado warning was still issued around that couplet near White House. That was an impressive couplet. So we'll have to wait and see with the light of day, or if any reports. If you could safely have a report that we do have any kind of storm damage down there, please let our newsroom know. You can email us news@cbs19.tv. That's one way to do it. You could post on the app. There's a little feature called the Near Me feature. You can go in there, upload some pictures, but only if you could do that safely. Or you could simply just call us, you could message us, and let us know that there is some damage somewhere in the area. Right now, we have not heard of any damage that we can confirm. We know we have tons of power outages across the region. In fact, and I'm not surprised by this, take a look at the power outages. We'll take this full screen. I'll just run down the numbers there.
Those are not updated. Those are from earlier this morning.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So, but that's what the latest we have. All right, so
800 in Smith County without power.
So 2,800 now in Smith County without power from the lightning and the wind. All right, so that's an updated number. We'll get those numbers updated for you, but that was a little bit earlier this morning as the storms were just moving through. In fact, right now, that number at the bottom of your screen would tell you that there's more than 6,000 people without power. So there's a lot of folks that are without power, and if you're without power, that's one of the advantages of the CBS19 mobile app, is because the app, it does not rely, hopefully it's fully charged, but it does not rely on any type of power source, right? The power source is the phone, and you can stream if you're streaming us with CBS19 Plus, or you're on our Facebook page with us, or you're on our YouTube channel. Those are 3 different ways to be tracking the storm while you're in your shelter, and if you lost power in your house, you're still okay. This is a big advantage over the way things used to be. If you had lost power, you pretty much were reliant on your own eyeballs to look outside. But in this case, now that we've got a lot of apps, we can track severe weather. It's a big safety improvement, a big safety measure to be able to track those storms when we lose power. So we can be in our safe place. We don't have to lug a TV inside. You got that mobile capability with the CBS19 app, and that streams CBS19 Plus right there. So you can do all those things as we track this tornado warning. By the way, the tornado warning for Smith County still in effect, but now it's shifted. It's away from White House and Tyler and Flint and Gresham and those areas. You are in the clear, okay? You're in the clear right now. You can come out of your safe place for the time being. You're still under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that warning goes all the way down to Mixon, and it does include Henderson. But the main area of concern is going to be closer to Arp and Overton and Kilgore. In fact, Arp might even be outside of that tornado warning now. If we zoom down just a little bit, Sarah, see on the back end of this the tornado box. So Browning's in that, New Chapel Hill, you're in the clear now. You still are getting some pretty gusty winds. ARP, let's hold steady in our safe place in ARP for just a little bit longer. Kilgore certainly want to be heading to our safe place right now. Overton, hopefully you're there. Browning would be our biggest area of concern here as this circulation moves up toward the Browning area. Liberty City same holds true. On top of that, that severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30 for Gregg, Harrison, Rusk, and Smith County. So a number of counties are also under a severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, that severe thunderstorm warning rolls all the way out into Panola County and Harrison County up to Marion County, and then back to the north. You've got Upshur and probably a good chunk of Wood, or maybe it's just come out of Wood. Looks like Wood County's cleared it. But the eastern half of Upshur County is in that severe thunderstorm warning just outside of the city of Gilmer. So the line of showers and thunderstorms moves through. This may be over by, let's say, 8 or 8:30 this morning. Then we get a longer break. And if our modeling data is correct, our in-house modeling data is correct, we'll see another round coming in late this afternoon and this evening. Last night, preparing the forecast for the 10 p.m. news, it looked like, yeah, we'd have some gusty winds with this, but then this evening, after getting all day of warming up and seeing temperatures warm back into the 80s, we'd have the possibility to see some strong or additional severe thunderstorms tonight. Well, now that we've had a tornado warning already this morning, tells me that we've already used up a lot of energy, so we'll see how things recover later on today. But we may be back into some more severe thunderstorm warnings later today. Certainly some flash flood warnings as we'll get heavier rain that'll come back in. And as you might have noted, if you were looking at the forecast over the weekend, we were under a flood watch until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. And the reason that we had that large area or that large time span was to cover this morning's rain and then tonight's additional line of showers and thunderstorms. And then we'll get a little bit of a break middle part of the week. We could see additional showers and thunderstorms later in the week. But tornado warning right now, right on the Gregg, and I'll say Gregg Smith County line. Looks like it's just going to be north of Highway 31 as it heads out toward Kilgore. And if we zoom all the way down in here into Browning, you'll see, so in those areas, anywhere, if you live anywhere along Highway 31, you need to be in your shelter right now. But don't see a real, let's say, pronounced circulation. It's more of a widened circulation, but given the fact that it may have produced a tornado, or at least it had a tornado warning on it earlier, National Weather Service, especially for about 11 more minutes, may let this just play out till 6:15, replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag on top of that. And that still means that there is some rotation within the cell, but maybe not strong enough to where the radar operator would consider that to have a possibility of spinning down a tornado to the ground. So, Sarah, this it really is tough to see anything in there. It looks like that's a fairly wide circulation right now. Certainly not like when I first got notified of the tornado warning this morning. When we checked out the circulation on that cell near White House, that was a strong spin.
It certainly was, Brett. Now, it is beginning to broaden out, which is good news. It may be losing a bit of steam there. We just got a new scan in. I'm not necessarily seeing any more organized rotation out of that, so that is good news for us. Now, I'm going to get a check of our thunderstorm energy. This is kind of what we've been seeing it feed off of all day, so give it just a second to load in. Where you're seeing the brighter reds is where we're still tracking the potential for some strong storms. Let me go ahead and throw our watches and warnings over top of this. So we do have storms that are going to continue to push out to the southeast and toward Henderson and Mount Enterprise through the rest of the day. But we do have a significant amount of thunderstorm energy. So like Brett was saying, later in the day, we may get a chance for some strong storms. But really, right now, we are mainly tracking this area near Henderson, where you're seeing this big splotch of red on your screen. Overton, that's you as well. As we have the storms moving into that area, I suspect that they will intensify through the rest of the morning. Still, though, we're not seeing any more organized rotation. Let me go ahead and walk you through what we were seeing a little bit earlier. So I'm walking you back in time. This is closer to 5 o'clock, 5:45 in the morning. That's about 6, and where you're seeing the bright reds and the bright greens next to each other, and you see how it kind of loosens and it's not quite as organized, just light patches of green. Mainly the red is taking over. That means that this is forming into a bit more of a gusty wind line rather than continuing to see rotation. Now, I'm going to continue to watch the National Weather Service chat to see if they continue to extend this, but given what they have said so far, it is unlikely. Now let's go back and take a wider look. I'm going to toss things back over to Brett.
All right, Sarah, I'll let you take a look there at the National Weather Service chat and get kind of a more detailed look and see if they're discussing anything in terms of lengthening this out. It certainly looks like the circulation has broadened out, but it may be trying to, sometimes what we say is reorganize. Sometimes they can cycle through where the storm will kind of lose energy in one part of the storm and then the energy picks up in another part of the storm. Perhaps maybe more inflow comes back into the storm from behind it, or it encounters an area where the wind is increasing into the storm or inflow into the storm. So sometimes you can see storms sort of go through this reorganization and then suddenly you have a new circulation in a different part of that specific supercell. These are embedded thunderstorms, which sometimes can be very difficult to spin up a tornado, but as Sarah mentioned, it could be rain wrapped, which would make it very difficult to see. I was in a tornado warning in Oklahoma last weekend in a rain-wrapped tornado. You could not see anything beyond the shadow or the curtain of the very dark rain. And so you know inside that storm, and that's how dangerous those storms can be. So that's why we often tell you if there's a tornado warning, just never drive into it, even if you don't think you see anything. You don't have to see a tornado sometimes this time of the year, especially when we get these high precipitation supercells that can produce a lot of rain and a strong circulation on top of that. And that strong circulation can and sometimes do or will cause a short spin up. So that's the area of concern right now. We were looking mainly toward the Browning area, Highway 31 west of Kilgore. That's the primary concern. Otherwise, Henderson, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Carthage, you are under no warnings right now. Marshall, it's a severe thunderstorm warning. Back toward Tyler, severe thunderstorm warning. And we're getting lots of lightning. Yes, lightning. I've seen some cloud to ground strikes, so we'll have to be worried about, house fires out of that. There's certainly a possibility. I'm not trying to scare anybody with that, but that's just one of those things when you see that much lightning, and this storm has a ton of lightning with it. Sarah, we want to add back in the lightning for just 1 minute or so we can talk about that, because see, look at those strikes. I mean, there's probably 1,000 strikes here in the last 15 minutes from Longview all the way back out toward Athens. And this storm stretches all the way back to Athens with rain and thunder, heavy rainfall. Another component to looking at the lightning is being able to tell the rainfall rates. And when we see that much lightning, we know that there is a lot of, let's call it, ice crystals in the atmosphere. And if there's a lot of ice crystals, we're getting negative, positive charges, and we're going to create lightning, we're going to create electricity. And so that's what we're seeing just by looking at the lightning. So the lightning is one indicator. It tells us of heavy rainfall. It can tell us the power of the thunderstorm. When lightning is increasing sometimes, especially on a supercell, we can watch that cell a little closer because we know that that cell has a potential or is rotating at the time. If it's rotating, it's got a hail core to it. If it's rotating, it could potentially create what we call, and this is a big word, sorry for this, mesocyclone. So the mesocyclone is going to be rotation within the thunderstorm itself, and it's eventually a precursor sometimes to something that can become a tornado warning. All right, so we'll turn off the lightning here. We'll look at the storm reflectivity, and what we're doing there, we call that wind tracker. Again, we're removing the movement of the storm in itself. We're just purely looking at the cell and its movement. So we've taken out the movement, and now we're just looking at the reds. There's a little bit of a green showing up here just northwest of Kilgore. That's one of those areas where I was talking about that, just kind of that reorganization. And again, we'll keep an eye on this southwest flank of the storm. Sometimes inflow into the storm can increase just a little bit. Sarah, can we go back to reflectivity for just a second? Just want to see if there is any type of inflow notch or anything like that. In fact, it looks like it's almost got an eye. That's kind of weird, and I'm not sure if that's just a artifact of using, well, it would be one radar that we'd be using right now. So that's interesting. There could be a pretty strong inflow still into the storm at Overton. Out toward Henderson, you're likely getting some gusty winds that are just going to be sort of a forward flank of the storm. And it may be one of these things where the winds are gusting out here toward Henderson, being pulled back into the storm through Troop. Troop right now, not in the tornado warning, but you under a severe thunderstorm warning. Same holds true for Tyler. And did the tornado box go away?
No, the tornado box is still there. It's just hard to see.
Just buried underneath the lightning. Yeah. Oh, and underneath all that rain. Wow. That's just a tremendous amount of rain. All right, so we'll go back to wind tracker then. And look at that cell. Again, boy, look, it looks pretty impressive still with those gusty winds. In addition to a tornado warning, you can still have some wind damage if the cell can produce wind gusts of, say, 60, sometimes 55 miles an hour. It depends on the, you can get trees knocked down, depends on the age of the tree, how healthy the roots are, how wet the soil is. We've seen this in the past here in East Texas where we've had a very wet winter or spring. We get into a later part of the spring and into just before summer, we get these strong wind events and they can topple trees fairly easily. So that's also a concern. But boy, that circulation right now, we only have about 3.5 minutes to go, so it'll be interesting to see what we do here with this tornado warning until 6:15 for Gregg, Rusk, and Smith County. But Kilgore, I would stay in my safe place if I'm in Kilgore. Right now, I think you're going to be okay, but let's just be a little, let's say, over proactive in this case, so that we can stay in our safe place. There's a little bit of green showing up there within that red, so I don't know if that's going to try to be something else that'll try to reorganize into something, but we just zoom in down in there. It's just a little bit of something maybe trying, and again, it could be, this is one scan of radar, could be a dropout of the data, which was what it looks a little bit more like. But anytime I see something that's embedded within one color and then it suddenly changes, kind of catches my eye. So this is moving into the west side of Kilgore. What if we flipped over just a straight, velocity here? So we're going to look at the whole storm movement and the winds inside the storm. So it may show us a little bit of a stronger wind signature than what we're seeing, and perhaps not. But again, there's little pieces of red inside there, so there's certainly some swirling winds inside that storm and inside that tornado warning. So that's going to be just south of Gladewater. In fact, I think Gladewater is going to be just outside of the tornado warned area, but you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. So Kilgore is in the tornado warning still. Browning, you're clear based on this radar image now. We were talking about Browning. I think Browning, you're okay. You can come out at least from your tornado shelter, meaning if it's the closet or the most interior room in your house, but I still would not go outside. Overton, you're still in the tornado warning. There's still a lot of wind involved in this storm. I'm sure there's just waves of wind and waves of rain coming through with this storm as the whole overall thunderstorm moves east. And we were kind of showing you on reflectivity, there was this leading edge here, maybe a forward flank to the whole storm that was moving toward Henderson also, and Henderson was not under the severe thunder or under the tornado warning, but it was under severe thunderstorm warning. So we have about a minute to go on the tornado warning. Over the next minute, I'm sure we're going to get a lot more information, and it'll give us an idea of how the rest of the morning will progress. Out to the east, let's say eastern Rusk County, Panola County, eastern Gregg County, if they do drop this severe thunderstorm warning, I would not let my guard down quite yet. They could reissue another tornado warning depending on how the storm sort of reorganizes. But as Sarah was showing you with the storm energy, it looked like most of the storm energy is where the cell was still moving into, but we had tapped that storm energy back to the northwest. So Gladewater, really, you should be okay. Longview's probably going to be okay. It would be in this area with this higher storm energy, so northwestern Rusk County. So it looks like we're using up a lot of that energy on that tornado warned storm. So it'll be interesting here. In about 5 seconds, we'll know what the Weather Service next plan is. My guess would be that we're going to see this dropped and we're going to be replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning tornado possible tag on it. So we're waiting to see what exactly gets reissued there. It's still up even though it is past the 6:15 hour. All right, so tornado warning now over for Smith County, Rusk County, and is now replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:30. And the biggest concern is going to be probably right out here where there's stronger winds gusting and maybe even around Henderson. On top of that, that flash flood warning is another concern, so please be careful. If you have to drive to work this morning, if you are working on Memorial Day, if you were headed out to an early morning ceremony, commemorative ceremony for Memorial Day, you may want to wait. Maybe some things will get pushed back a little bit, just given the fact that the ground's going to be super saturated at this point, and also there is some lightning in the area, and there will likely be some lightning in the area till about 8 or 8:30. It will clear out from the west faster. So Lindale, for instance, and Big Sandy, you're already seeing sort of the heaviest rain clearing out of those areas. So as we progress through the next hour to hour and a half, we'll continue to watch the whole cell. Palestine, you're about to ready to get into some heavy rainfall. Jacksonville, don't want to forget about our friends down in Jacksonville if you're watching from northern Cherokee County and all of Cherokee County. You've got some gusty winds that are going to come through those areas, and they're going to come through in waves. You're going to be able to hear the rain as it comes down because the wind's going to be driving it. So it'll be wind-driven rain, and that's going to arrive in Jacksonville here in about 15 minutes. Gallatin about 6:49, Rusk at 7:04, Cushing 7:19, and Grapeland at 7:25. So giving you a good hour's heads up on this thunderstorm as it dives south and eastward now, and the whole area of thunderstorms moves out to the east. Just put up a flash flood warning here for northeastern Panola County, western Harrison County. I think we're going to see additional flash flood warnings tonight. These flash flood warnings, I'm not sure how long they go to, probably for the next couple of hours. It takes the water a little bit to recede after the flash flood warning has been issued, and it's still raining in those flash flood warned areas. And one of the things we have to be concerned about is driving on a roadway and then all of a sudden you're coming down to a low spot in the road, maybe where a creek passes underneath it. If there's high water over a road, please do not try to cross that low water area or that low water area or a low part of the road where the water rushes over. It doesn't take much rain at all or water at all flowing at a fast rate to sweep your car off the road. And once you lose control, once you lose contact with the road, you're into a big problem. So more people get in trouble with flash flood warnings every year, more so across the entire nation than tornado warnings, sometimes because we overlook those flash flood warnings, and sometimes because at this time of day, we can't tell the depth of that water as we approach. We don't know what's happened to that roadway underneath that water. We don't know that it hasn't been washed away. And you might be pretty sure that that road typically is only about 6 inches deep and you've got a big truck and you can get out underneath it, but you don't know if somehow that roadway has been washed out by that heavy rain. Water is one of the most corrosive elements. It is the most corrosive element. Can you believe that? Sometimes we think we drink water, right? But what can water do? Water forged the Grand Canyon. Water, it can change and reshape land easily. It can erode rocks. So water has a force and a power behind it that might be underappreciated, and it really needs to be taken seriously because it can do especially fast flowing water like this. So when it's rushing at the speeds that it can rush over top of an area, then we can get flash flood warnings that can cause bigger problems. So severe thunderstorm warnings again for Bowie, Cass, Marion, Morris, Gregg, Harrison, Rusk, and Smith County. Sarah, I'm going to toss it back over to you. Again, the tornado warning for Smith and Rusk and Gregg County now over for this morning.
Hey, thanks, Brett. Thanks so much. Yeah, we currently have two severe thunderstorm warnings. That's where we're tracking wind gusts of about 60 miles per hour. I was seeing reports from the National Weather Service saying that in the Longview area, wind gusts that are currently at about 50 miles per hour, that is enough to cause damage. So just make sure that you are, of course, staying weather aware out there. Let me go ahead and check to see if there's any more rotation. We're kind of seeing that all fade away. Just some general run-of-the-mill turbulent storms right now. That's southern Smith County, parts of Cherokee County and Rusk County. I'm not seeing anything that is of concern to that area. Lots of gusty winds, though, near Linden and Jefferson. Where you're seeing the red and the green meet, that's where we're seeing some of the gustiest winds out there. Now I'm going to go ahead and toss things over to our Dana Huey, and we're going to do a little reset, and I'll give you an update on what you can expect for the day. Dana?
All right, thanks so much, Sarah. Good morning, y'all. I'm Dana Huey. Sarah will join us again in just a minute. Jesus has the morning off. We want to go to the power outages. Let's take a look at those right now on your screen. There are thousands without power. I think at last check, we had about 13,000 people in East Texas without power. We can look Anderson County, a little over 700. Cass has a little over 100. Cherokee County over 1,100 right now, and then Smith County over 3,200. Henderson County over 5,000 right now. So that's what you're looking at as far as power outages. So do be careful as you head out. We are seeing tons of lightning on our tower cam this morning. So be careful as you head out. That flooding that Brett was talking about is very real. You don't want to mess with that. And it is Memorial Day weekend, so maybe a lot of people sleeping in. This is a little bit of good news for us. Let's get to one of the stories out of Tyler. Tyler police are cracking down right now on drunk driving and stepping up their presence to keep roads safe. Now, Tyler police have added extra officers on patrol, specifically targeting those who appear to be driving intoxicated. And authorities say the STEP program has been successful in reducing the number of alcohol-related accidents in the past. And they want to remind you to drink responsibly. Authorities are also cautioning all drivers to drive defensively during this time, especially when we have all of this weather going on in East Texas. This means being aware of your surroundings while on the road, and then go ahead and pick a designated driver ahead of time. Well, today is expected to be a very busy travel day on the roads and at airports across the country. AAA projected record-breaking travel this holiday weekend. CBS News correspondent Wendy Gillette has the latest.
Travelers heading home after their Memorial Day holiday festivities could hit a snag of heavy traffic later today. AAA predicts more than 45 million Americans will travel this long weekend, setting a record.
If this weekend is any indication of what's to come, it's going to be very busy on our roadways, at the airports.
The Transportation and Security Administration was expecting to screen about 18 million people this weekend. Thursday was projected to be the busiest air travel day of the Memorial Day weekend period. At Newark Airport, Anthony Esposito was hoping his flight to Italy would depart on time.
A lot of the kiosks are pretty booked up right now, so it's taking a little bit of time to get through the terminals, but we're making our way.
More than 1,000 flights have been delayed at Newark since Thursday. The Federal Aviation Administration has cut flights in and out of the airport from 77 to 56 until at least mid-June, partly because of a shortage of air traffic controllers.
We're going to get Newark fixed, but are you going to see some disruption in regard to delays? Yeah, you're going to see delays. Is it safe? Yes.
Aviation experts predict wider problems.
There's an old adage within the air traffic control system in the United States. However New York goes, so goes the rest of the country.
There are some positives this summer for Americans. Gas prices are about 50 cents lower per gallon compared to last year, and airfares have also dropped. Wendy Gillette, CBS News, New York.
On the other hand, one troubling statistic is the number of people from other countries traveling to the U.S. In March, international visits were down 14%. And if you do have a flight this morning, make sure to check with your airport. Things could be delayed. Well, the Texas legislative session will end in Austin a week from today. And now the Senate has approved a bill banning THC in Texas, sending it to the governor's desk. The ban would take effect in September. It would put an end to an industry that's estimated to bring in $8 billion and employ more than 50,000 people. So far, Governor Abbott has not said whether he'll sign it. Texas is one step closer to putting the 10 Commandments in all public school classrooms after the House approved the bill last night. Now, the House passed this bill 82-46, adding a clarification that the state would cover any legal fees if a school district is sued over the policy. With that amendment, the bill now returns to the Senate for final approval. If it passes there, it heads to Governor Greg Abbott, who is expected to sign it. Come September, every public school classroom in Texas could be required to display the 10 Commandments, making it the largest state to impose such a mandate. Police reform and civil rights activists joined thousands across the country yesterday, including in Houston, for religious services, concerts, and vigils marking the 5th anniversary of George Floyd's murder. Reverend Al Sharpton spoke to reporters after a graveside service in Houston, comparing Floyd's killing to that of Emmett Till, the black 14-year-old who was abducted and lynched in Mississippi in 1955 after being accused of offending a white woman. Attorney Ben Crump says that he recommitted, saying, quote, "Whatever you're going to do with the Department of Justice, we will not turn back."
History will record these moments of how we stood up for George Floyd, how we stood up for Breonna Taylor, how we stood up for Ahmaud Arbery and all others. Most importantly, history will record these moments, how we stood up for our children, we spoke up for our children, and we fought for our children.
The remembrances come at an emotional moment for activists who had hoped the worldwide protests that followed Floyd's murder on May 25th of 2020 would lead to permanent police reform across the U.S. and a continued focus on racial justice issues. 6:25, time for your morning headlines. In Ukraine, at least 12 people were killed, including children, and dozens were injured in an hours-long Russian assault. It was the second largest scale attack on Ukraine in 2 nights and the third in a week. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said Sunday that the silence of the U.S. is encouraging Russian President Putin to behave violently at a time in which ceasefire discussions are supposed to be underway. Duck Dynasty star Phil Robertson has died at the age of 79. Robertson's daughter-in-law, Corey Robertson, shared the news on Facebook yesterday. You may remember his family announced in December that Robertson was diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. Corey says in part, quote, "Thank you for the love and prayers of so many whose lives have been impacted by his life, saved by his grace, his bold faith, and by his desire to tell everyone who would listen the good news of Jesus," end quote. President Donald Trump said he'll delay implementation of a 50% tariff on goods from the European Union from June 1st until July 9th to buy some time for negotiations. The announcement came after the president spoke with European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen. Sunday, von der Leyen says the 27-member bloc is ready to advance talks swiftly and decisively. Over in Longview, the skies are forcing a pause on Memorial Day plans. Today's service at Teague Park and the Downtown Live have both been called off with heavy storms that have been rolling through our area all morning long. Now, the weather won't stop the East Texas community from getting together in some locations to honor those who gave their lives while serving our country. Some events, though, have been moved inside. Gilmer's Memorial Day ceremony is being held at the Gilmer Civic Center starting at 10 this morning. The City of Quitman is also having a ceremony at the Wood County Courthouse at 10. Meanwhile, Mount Enterprise's annual Memorial Day campground meeting will be at the CME Church from 10 to 2 in the afternoon. All right, our meteorologist Sarah Blue has been busy all morning long tracking tornado warnings and severe thunderstorms. How are things looking right now, Sarah?
Hey, good morning, Dana. Well, things have calmed down significantly since the tornado warnings we saw previously this morning. Still, a line of showers and thunderstorms is currently working its way through East Texas. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning in. That includes parts of Henderson, that goes to Carthage, Laneville, Rusk, Jacksonville. You are all included in that. That goes through 7:30. We will see wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour, if not a little bit higher. Some significant hail out of that as well. Now, we are going to continue to see some storms pick up through the rest of the day. Here's a look at your future skycast. These will continue to move out to the south. Gusty winds, especially as the storm begins to make its way through deep East Texas. I suspect wind gusts will be around 60, if not higher, miles per hour down out to the south. And this will continue to just dive to the south through the rest of the morning. Once we get to noon, I suspect just some isolated pockets of rain and isolated thunderstorms. But as we get closer to the afternoon, heat builds back in, and we could have some more strong to severe thunderstorms make their way into East Texas. In the meantime, we are tracking lots of rain out on the roadways, so make sure that you are driving carefully. And really, if you can delay some of your travel, that is going to be a good option for you as well, because it's not going to be a safe drive for you early this morning. I'll have more in just a few minutes. chunky hail, so make sure that you are staying aware. Now, if you're back behind this system, things are calming down, but there is still a lot of lightning in the Canton area and back toward Dallas, so be aware through the rest of the day. This is going to continue to make its way through the south. Once again, gusty winds coming out of it, heavy downpours and hail. Now, this is going to continue to move out of our area through the rest of the afternoon. But once we get to 3, 4 o'clock, once we have a bit of heat building into our area, these showers and thunderstorms will race in from the west, and we once again will be dealing with a threat of severe weather. So be prepared for some severe thunderstorm warnings, maybe a bit more of an active afternoon. A level 2 risk of severe weather is going into effect at 7 a.m. today. So we have about 15 more minutes before we go under that level 2. Make sure that you are